The Canadian dollar weakens 0.3% to an 8-week low against the US dollar.
Hey, hi everyone. Good morning and welcome to our live show. Hope everyone is doing great, guys. Jane, Soul Invictus, Advisor, Slam, Jimmy, Saeed, Naveen, Adil, Blaze. Welcome all, guys. Thanks for joining. Naveen, thank you for confirming. So, yeah, crazy open, guys, today. More weakness in ES, Dow Jones, Nasdaq, and Russell are doing okay. They have a nice recovery going on. Stuck here at the VWAP chopping.
Russia's Saratov oil refinery has halted operations since May 31st following a drone attack.
Nvidia is weak today, yes. Nvidia, Microsoft did coast to coast, guys. Microsoft has achieved every ounce of its movement it was designed to do this week. First, on Monday, Microsoft hit the weekly expected. This is Friday's close. It went to hit the upper edge of the expected move on Monday. Tuesday, it's like that hungry caterpillar story, right? Monday, he ate through an apple. Tuesday, he ate through 3 strawberries. Wednesday, so I used to read the story to my daughter. So on Monday, we were at the upper edge. Tuesday, we were at the midpoint. Tuesday, we broke, retest, rejected midpoint. Wednesday, we were at the lower edge of the expected move. It is, a mess. Nvidia was flying super high. It was in the 2 deviation mode. I told you, right? Nvidia has been flying very high, big risk for the market when Nvidia moves big. It went not only on 1 deviation. So Friday close. Monday, it went on to first deviation. Tuesday, it hit here. I don't know if you can see a wick here. There's a wick here. It went into the 2 deviation mode, not 1x. It went 2x. Again, Wednesday returning back here to the midpoint and might probably go into the weekly midpoint to finish right where it was on Friday. So you can see, right, market works in a very coordinated fashion. The coordinated fashion I am ready to share with you to the penny, to the tick. Look at those accuracies of those level. Tesla earlier hit the lower edge of the expected move and look at that rally back to the midpoint. It is all rotation game going on. Meta, look at that. Hit the lower edge of the expected move, has been hugging, holding tight, and now using that as a launchpad to rally. Amazon, you can see, right, hitting the lower edge, now going into the 2 deviation mode on the downside. You can see, right, it is coming right into the 2 deviation mode. Guys, I don't know, like, you want to trade blindly, or you want to be aware what is going on in the market, where it is going up, why it will bounce, where it will reject, or you just want to use the indicator and moving averages. Up to you. We did short the market on our pattern of ES breaking our weekly midpoint retest. All of these short trades, we took all of these short trades today. All of these short trades, we were in the money and made profits. We even took a reversal here from here to here. Why? Why did it drop this much? ES is more weak than Nasdaq. I told you, right? Let me show you my experts level. All we did on ES because of that weakness is we hit the daily low. That was the daily planned low, guys. Exactly, we have hit the daily low and we reversed today in the morning. Look at that. That is gold. Oh my God, gold hit the lower edge. Guys, anything which is not designed, look at that, gold to the penny, guys, hitting the weekly expected move lower edge to the penny and getting a reaction to the penny and then reacting. And coming back to ES on our experts, yeah, ES perfectly tagged our daily low, and that is where the reversal happened in the morning. Look at that, we hit our daily low, ES was weak, that was our daily low, straight into that area, and then we rejected to go back to our weekly midpoint. ES hit NPL2. Yeah, so guys, up to you, or like, I don't know if your style works for you, well and good. we cannot trade without this level. We need to be aware why the market is going up, why the market is going down, why it could reject at certain area. Just because the moving average is showing a bounce, it is not going to confirm each time that it will bounce. So Nasdaq, we are not looking for a new low. ES, Dow Jones, certainly we are looking for new lows. So Nasdaq may stay quiet or might do little bit of fluctuation down to help out ES and Dow Jones achieve their new lows. ES could come down for double bottom. So it's worth the effort I spent in calculating the levels, tracking the market the right way. It helps knowing why the market is selling, where the market could reverse, where the market could rally back again. It gives me an edge. And as I mentioned, I'm ready to share. I share all my weekly, daily, intraday levels with you. If you become member, you get access to all my levels. Welcome to join. Here's the link in the chat to become member, or go to the channel page, click on join button, and you'll get access to all my strategy, all my levels, pre-market show, market open if you become new paradigm member. Yeah, there's the link in the chat. Join this channel to get access to all the perks. When you click on that link, you'll get a pop-up. Watch this video. It explains my strategy in detail, all my levels, members, experts, masters, and select which category you want to become member. Click on join. Once you're a member, go to the home page, access all the educational videos we have got. It explains all my strategy in detail, how to mark those levels, how to calculate those levels on weekly and daily. I share that, how to trade those levels. Everything is explained in great details. And if you choose to become the highest member, you come to the live tab every morning before the market open. I share 2 hours of complete detailed in-depth analysis of my levels for that day. I don't speak about hindsight. I always speak with my levels for today's market, not hindsight, but what is going to happen or what I expect to see with my levels happening now. And then we take trades based on those levels, based on those trading plan. Nvidia is bouncing right now. We still have time. We have Broadcom earnings, we have non-farm payroll. Right now it is not about Nasdaq. Nasdaq is just helping out ES. So we are watching more ES closely. Yesterday was about Nvidia. Nvidia we saw, right, rotating back into the weekly expected move upper edge. From there now it has started to descend towards the downside. But right now this trade or decision making from here, either we are breaking VWAP or staying above VWAP to rally into new highs or session highs, is driven by ES right now. ES is the one which is on the verge of losing some of its level, going into double bottom. So we are watching more ES closely right now than Nvidia. ES is weak, Naveen. But yeah, the weakness can disappear if you don't sell off. If you stay another 30 minutes, 1 hour in the trade and there is no selling, then yeah, ES can go back to 7,600 and 7,605 area. 7,600, 7,605 area can happen.
The German 10-year yield rises 5 basis points to 3.03%, the highest level since May 22nd. Best sense is I do intend to pursue a deficit ratio of 3 point something.
ES is weak, Vijay. ES is weak. So, and Dow is approaching the session lows. Dow is about to break the new lows. Nasdaq, bit difficult, man. That's why I'm not shorting anymore, right? We got some short trades already done. All of this flush, we were short in the Nasdaq. But now Nasdaq has a nice bounce. I doubt Nasdaq will go into the masters. It will come down at later point. Tomorrow we have Broadcom earnings. After the market close tonight, Broadcom reports. Action will be there tomorrow at the open. Day after tomorrow we have non-farm payrolls. Nasdaq is looking good. Better product to short are ES and Dow Jones. Financials not showing any sign of life. They are headed into the weekly low. Look at that drop in financial. They have a big impact in the Dow and ES financials. So yeah, better product to short are ES and Dow Jones. ES at least can come back to that 580 area one more time. If not make a new low, it can come back to the Wednesday low one, 581. It is at 587 right now. And Dow certainly a candidate for a new low. Yeah, Dow not looking great right now. Bitcoin is short. It's at 66,585. Down 1.1%. Ethereum down 3%. 1,854.
So similar to comments from Israel's PM Netanyahu, we've got Al-Hadath citing Israeli chief of staff over the Haifa base and says there is no ceasefire in Lebanon for our forces. So the US post documents on aluminium, steel and copper tariffs. The new US copper, steel and aluminium tariffs are to start on June 8th at 12:01 a.m. Eastern Time. Besant says
50% down since high.
Predatory pricing legacy in minerals.
Yeah, I don't know. Every time, some of my friends, when I meet them, they mark the top, in my opinion. Because twice, when here, gold was at 4,000, that is where they were saying in those, social gatherings, gold is going to $20,000. There were some reels being made that gold will go to $20,000. It was at 5,700. Roughly, it was 6K at that time. From 6K, it is going to 20,000. So They were getting a FOMO to buy gold. Look where gold is right now, 4,400. Okay. So Bitcoin, same, friends, or, not that, like, it's just that, that's how retail and, common people get sucked into this hype. Bitcoin, as you mentioned, right? This is where Elon Musk, was buying Bitcoin. You can buy Tesla using Bitcoin at 80,000, and then we had 100,000, then we had 120K. And same friends, they were saying that it is going to 1 million. It is going to 1 million Bitcoin. Right now, as you mentioned, right, down to 60K or 66K. They probably bought here. Guys, poor. I don't know why they even believe, all this media news they see. SpaceX IPO, to be honest, advisor, it might do well because there's a lot of engineering being done in the background to make sure that it doesn't crash. They are adding it to the Nasdaq index within 15 days, within 2 weeks. So generally there is a rule, you obviously S&P, no one can make it to the S&P 500 index.
As well as others are cut out from metal tariffs.
S&P 500, it's a very tough criteria to make. Even Tesla, after it got profitable, 4 years of being on the stock market, then Tesla entered like after 5 years or 6 years into S&P 500. But Nasdaq's criteria are simple. You can, any new company which has an IPO can enter Nasdaq index after 3 months. But for SpaceX, they are changing that criteria from 3 months to 15 days. Also, certain units, right? That if your market cap is this much, you get 1 unit. That criteria for IPO or new stock, they are bending that criteria to make 3 times leverage for SpaceX. So people, and the funds and the hedge funds and the retirement, they are going to buy QQQs, they are going to buy Nasdaq, right? So money is eventually, even if you don't want, you are going to buy SpaceX. So unfortunately, SpaceX may not drop, may hold well. But yeah, other names which were following the older criteria, what happened, right? Kathy Woods and all, they come and hype Coinbase, and what happened, right? Retail buys, big money dumps. They buy, first of all, for doing the IPO, all these Goldman Sachs, Morgan Stanley, JP Morgan, they do underwrite. They dump the new IPO on the retail. People buy here, Coinbase at 400, Kathy Wood and Jack Dorsey, and they were doing the conference call. They were sitting in one window. One window was a Musk here, Elon Musk sitting here, the big brains, Kathy Wood sitting here, long hairs maybe, right, beautiful. Jack Dorsey with that hippie look, beard or something, right, doing something, and they're discussing about Bitcoin. they're discussing Bitcoin, hyping the Bitcoin, and this is where Coinbase IPO happens. For $400 for the retail, people buy, and it becomes $40. $40. So these big people, they underwrite and they do the IPO, they hype in the social media, and then they get dumped. Obviously, people are not going to hold from here 2021 all the way here now 2026 for break even. They cannot hold 5 years. They will lose. They will lose money. They will cut. And the same people who are dumping, right, the big money underwriters, they will come and buy here, and then they'll pump it up. Again, people think it's now breaking out some new, again, 4 people window come here on the internet or on the Twitter or on the X platform. They will try to hype and they will offload the position. People just don't understand how the market functions. Hey, it's happening. Your masters is happening on the Nasdaq. ES is helping out. So yes, I told you, right, 580 can happen. ES dipped into 580 right now, 7,580, and to help out ES, Nasdaq also dipped. Go through all the levels, especially masters and then weekly levels, knick-knack in the educational video section. Especially watch all these videos. You have to watch all the videos, in my opinion. Just 9 videos or 10 videos to go through. They are not that big. Watch it in 1.5x or 2x speed. but especially some of this video it's written, right, how to trade masters level. Read, guys, just go through, read the title. It says how to read, how to trade here, how to trade the masters level, how to. Please go through all the videos. It's very important. There's no half measures. I work like 8 hours on the live stream, 4 hours in the evening. I don't shy away from working 11-12 hours every day, more than 12 hours. Watch video, 10 minutes video you can watch. I promise you'll learn something. You'll learn something new, and your mind will get blown away. If you watch some of these videos, your mind will be completely blown away, especially these videos. For $7 you can watch this video.
Until December 31st, 2027.
It is part of my basic membership, $7 a month. At least you can go through the educational videos. Here I will share the formula on how I calculate my weekly level, daily level. Especially if you watch this third video, your mind will be blown. You will not buy Coinbase here. So are we buying this dip? Yes, it's weak. Dow Jones not looking great. Masters we might buy. Let Nasdaq dip into our masters. 580 area, we'll buy that. Yeah, they changed to 15 days for SpaceX, not 3 months anymore. So yeah, advisor. So they are doing a lot of engineering to make sure that SpaceX does not get dumped. Somehow, like, people will buy Nasdaq. Somehow people will buy QQQs, right, for buying the market, and that money is going to go into SpaceX by default. So even if you don't want to buy SpaceX at that high valuation, you will be forced to buy. Nasdaq, I'm just scalping for small profit here. I'm not looking for a full-fledged sell-off. Nasdaq is okay. We had lot of doubts on Dow, lot of doubts on ES. Nasdaq is fine, may not make a new low, but doesn't mean that we cannot get a small scalp.
Target filled.
Excuse me. Thanks, Hutch. Yeah, Vijay, I mean, it's taking time. Like, it's not coming like crazily into the masters. It's slowly but surely. That's why I shorted the Nasdaq. I mean, it's capable, and it will still be okay. It will not break the new or previous low. It may not make a new low on Nasdaq, but yeah, masters can happen. But it's going to be slow. It's more about ES. Let's see, ES, I was confident that 7,580 would happen. 7,580 happened on ES. We got a bounce of that area. Again, we are rotating back into 7,580. Nasdaq, I'll be doubting a little bit. It's not that weak. But this amazing deal from Apex will end tonight, guys. Only $19. $19 only for 50k live trailing account. Check it out. 90% off. Ends tonight. Take Profit Trader went to 30% off. And day traders again now allow up to 15 accounts. 90% off, guys, on their trailing static and end of the day accounts. Static accounts are good. The drawdown never trails you. Whatever profits you make, it adds, and next day you come to trade, it is added still. That is the advantage. You start with $700, $650 drawdown room. Let's say you make $500 or $300. That $300 gets added to your previous $650. Next day you trade, you have $950. Second day you make $500 profit. Third day you come to trade, you have $950 plus 500, $1,450 of drawdown room, which means you can really stack up profits each day. And let's say if you made 5,000, you come next day to trade, you have 5,000 plus previous 1,400, you have $6,500 to trade as a drawdown room. So yeah, 90% of that static account, guys. So check out some good discounts going on. Day traders, especially if you know alternative to Apex, they are also offering 15 accounts. So lots of good deals.
Iran's Foreign Minister Aragchi on X says our armed forces are conducting self-defense strikes on sites the US is permitted to use to attack civilian shipping and violate the ceasefire.
Not sure if I was on mute. I was saying that Nasdaq does have a little bit more room, but I'm not sure that it will make a new low, guys. Not looking for a new low in Nasdaq. Reaching next masters level low. Yes. Yes, I would. Uh, the thing is, there are so many events still left. We have Broadcom earnings tonight. We have non-farm payroll on Friday. So the range expansion could still be saved for later. So today, yeah, second masters level can happen. Why not? It is not that far. Especially if we break the new lows. That is the next level we have, right? Yeah, I do see it going into our next masters level. 560 area.
Fitch ratings say Germany's economy is set to benefit as Europe raises defense spending.
Yeah, they do have activation fee, Brian. All the profirms, but it is in line with the industry. Overall, 130 $140 for a 50K account by the time you activate it.
US Secretary of State Rubio repeats that the US is not withholding military aid to Taiwan, it's under review. So it's similar to what he said in his testimony earlier this week.
Hit the like button, guys, if you are enjoying the show, trades we take, analysis. Music, news, whatever works for you.
US Treasury Secretary Besant says we have all the makings for a very strong economy. In France 24 News, US Trade Representative Greer says both the US and the EU are committed to compliance with their trade agreements.
I gave my analysis, right, Vijay? I gave my analysis. I don't think NQ will make a new low. I'm not looking for NQ to come even close to this area. And that's the reason why I'm long. I can be wrong, but at least that is my preparation. That is my bet here on this trade, that NQ will not make a new low. So far we got double bottom on ES. ES might make a new low. ES bounce is weak so far. Nasdaq may not break a new low. It might dip. I might go in the drawdown. I know. If ES is making a new low, Nasdaq will dip further, but Nasdaq may not break this low. And that's why I'm keeping the size small. I might add more to it if it dips. Here I don't know how it missed my exit. It tapped that region couple of times. So now we'll have to go beyond that area. Yes, I've been talking about it. Yes, will make a new low. Yes, is capable of making new low. Dow Jones already printed a new low, but I am not sure about Nasdaq if it will make a new low or not. Anyway, we'll have a stop. We'll take a loss.
US Trade Representative Greer says a 15% tariff on EU goods in Turnberry Agreement is the deal, and a deal is a deal. the yen weakens to a session low of 160.02 per the US dollar.
So there is some problem with my trade copier. I have 3 position here, but in my follower account I only have 1 position. So what might happen is if I exit 3 times, it might create 2 short trades in the follower account. So I may have to exit all. As it reaches this overhead resistance, I might flatten all. Okay. Yes, I use Replicanto and sometimes I use affordable indicators. I move around my limit orders a lot. Sometimes moving around may create little bit discrepancies because the follower account may have already executed the trade, which happened here. Follower account did not move and they executed the trade at the price I had set, and then leader account I still did not exit. So it can create some discrepancies. Yes, we said right. I was sure ES is looking for a new session low. Nasdaq, I'm not sure. I don't think so. Nasdaq will make a new low. Although many of you I know could be eyeing your weekly midpoint on Nasdaq, which is, oh my goodness, long way to go. But right now it's still not about Nasdaq. It's more about ES, Dow.
US Treasury Secretary Bessent says corporate tax cut is not a giveaway, it adds output capacity. So US stocks extend their fall, with the Nasdaq down around 1%. Bessent says after a rocky period with China, we have good stability now.
Yeah, just keep your excitement in one line. Every time you hit enter, you are spamming. Congrats. But you mentioned you went long. Best trade ever for me today in terms of long holding. Okay, holding short for long time. Okay, that way. I see. Yeah, generally short trade you cannot hold for very long. You have to take profit or you get
Bessent
stopped
says
out.
we will see if China commits to bigger Boeing purchases.
Yeah, let's see what happens to my bet. My bet is Nasdaq will not make a new low. So that is the bet I am ready to take.
Bessent says I'll be watching for Boeing pledges when China's President Xi comes to the US.
ES can make how many new lows it wants. But Nasdaq will not make a new low is my bet. Because Nasdaq, if it makes a new low, we are going into 400. Probably even 300. Yes, I showed you, financials we are selling off. Financials has a big component, but yeah, it is catching a bid now. I see financials. Mm, Semiconductors are okay. Technology is also okay, not bad actually. Financials were weak, but they are catching a bid. Energy is flying. Energy is flying high. Healthcare is also rallying. So yeah, guys, I interesting. Yeah, I am also confused. Where is this weakness coming from? Anyway, the risk is we drop into 380 zone from here, but if Nasdaq does not break new lows, we are going back to VWAP. Back in a minute. Yes, has one more new low in it.
US Secretary of State Rubio says Trump will attend the next meeting of NATO heads of state. So Iran's parliamentary speaker Galibaf to Fast News says the era of cost-free threats against Iran has ended. Any aggression will be met with a regretful response. Al-Hadath, citing a Lebanese source in the Middle East, says Hezbollah and the Amal movement withdraw from the Israeli withdrawal condition to accept a ceasefire. So the Lebanese source to Al-Hadath says Hezbollah and the Amal movement are now striving for a full realization of the ceasefire. And the Lebanese source says Hezbollah and Amal are planning to demand Israeli withdrawal after a ceasefire is established.
Yes, new lows heading into its masters. I'll be very thrilled, to be honest, if Nasdaq does not make a new low. It is going to be a huge read that in spite of this bearishness, in spite of this momentum, all the tech selling off heavily, crazy selling in Amazon, Nvidia, Microsoft, Apple, everything getting dumped, and Nasdaq still did not make a new low. In spite of our mother of all level, Nasdaq's mother of all level, our weekly midpoint is also coming up next, and I'm ready to take that bet. If it happens, it's just going to add more and more skills to my arsenal. Yeah, this is mother of all level for us. It can happen. It will happen with Broadcom earnings, with non-farm payroll on Friday. But today, if we don't break this low, I will be very thrilled. It's your choice, guys. So I'm comfortable taking $2,000 loss or so. I know I can recover that loss easily, but for me, learning is also important alongside. That's why I said, right, for me the read matters, and my read is like, it is mother of all level. It is the biggest attraction magnet we have in our levels weekly, and if Nasdaq does not break this low, I'll be very thrilled. I'm ready to risk, couple of thousand, like $1,000 or $2,000, trying to have that kind of a bet. But I might be wrong now as ES approaches Masters. So that one event I'm waiting for. ES approaching Masters. Let's see what happens. Adding one more for ES Masters. Added one more. Yes, has Wednesday low too. While it is at Masters, it might get that Wednesday low 2 tag done. Yes, Masters giving reaction. VIX is up almost 5%. If this works, guys, very few people could be able to read the way I read the market. If this happens, I am telling you, this is going to be a huge win for my confidence. It's a huge momentum, very negative momentum. All the big techs are down. Microsoft down 3.8%, Nvidia down 3.45%, Apple down 1.7%, Amazon down 3%. Everything looking so bearish, no end in sight, market selling off, almost about to kiss the bottom or break a new low, and Nasdaq did not make a new low. Oh my god, that's the adrenaline pump I'm looking for. And I took a trade against mother of all level I have, right, or midpoint. If this reverses, I would have taken a trade against mother of all level we have. Highest level, right? Highest level of conviction, highest amount of money which could be riding amongst all our levels, right? Out of all the levels we got, This is that blue line I showed you. It is where the highest amount of money is riding, and I'm still ready to take a trade and challenge that it will not go into that level. It will not even break this low. It will not break that low. And don't worry, we'll dedicate. Okay, we'll dedicate to ES Masters. We had ES Masters here, and it can take the credit. Yes, ES Masters reverse the market, but you know, right? When Nasdaq sells, you feel the fear. Nasdaq is a big product now, $30,500 product. It moves big. It moves 300, 400 point in a moment of minutes. That's why I'm saying you're surprised. There may not be anyone else on the internet who is ready to take that kind of a bet. You saw, right, what kind of fear we all were fearing, or we were like feeling, right, the fear when the Nasdaq is coming down with that kind of intensity. And I challenge that Nasdaq will not break that low. I like that. I like that. Being 4 years experience in the market, this is the kind of stuff you should be doing. And as I mentioned, right, it is a big bet. Even my members who are following me for 3 years, they know it's a very risky bet I am taking, that Nasdaq will not break this low. It is mother of all level. It will come here eventually. It is going to come. Not that it will not come later in the afternoon. Maybe with the Broadcom earnings tonight after the market close, or tomorrow after the non-farm payroll, it is eventually going to happen. But this year, that is where we trade, that is where we take a risk, that is where we take our chance, right? And this is where I'm saying, with this intensity, with this VIX rising like this 5% up, I challenge this level. It will not break. How did you have confidence? I'm not going to tell. Just let's dedicate to ES Masters. We have ES Masters level held to the penny on ES, and we are bouncing. Okay. So ES Masters level held to the penny, and this is ES Masters, by the way. Let's give success to ES Masters. Oh my goodness. Yeah, this is the kind of stuff you want to do, guys. 3-4 years into the market. Yeah. We were held, we were bounced, we were rejected. That's the, first year, concept or the first year bet. Incredible. Are you not entertained? Top of my voice, no level dedicated this to you, the real masters. So we have masters, as I mentioned, right? For food for thought. Let's dedicate this success to ES Masters. It held to the penny, and let's live with that. But you all witness what did I do here. I went against mother of all levels we have. This is the amount of, the amount of bets, amount of money riding in terms of billions of dollars is highest at these 3 lines I have. And I built other structures around it, right, with my experts masters, but I'm ready to take that bet today. And you saw, right, today what is the state of the market. I'll show you what is the state of the market. You have state of the market where Microsoft is dumping like this. It has gone from the upper edge of the expected move into the midpoint, into the lower edge. It is liquidating. You have Nvidia, which is coming down from 1 deviation, 2 deviation. It is coming from here all the way into the weekly midpoint. Again, mother of all level for Nvidia coming here, and I'm ready to take that bet. We have Google, which is rejecting, right? It is going into the 2 deviation mode on the downside, 1 deviation, right? And 2 deviation mode downside, Google. Amazon, which is already hitting the 2 deviation mode on the downside, 1 deviation, 2 deviation on the downside. Amazon is hit the 2 deviation on the downside. Meta is hitting the low and has a bounce. This is the only product which is in green out of all the big tech, and I took that bet. It will not break that low. This game is mine. You are mine. Robert, that was an amazing call, RDGD. To call that live, the way that you sold, the way they sold down with so much of red in tech, get that like smash people. So yeah, I know it was selling very rapidly, and Nasdaq, it moves big now, guys. No doubt, Nasdaq is a huge product. It is capable of moving really big, especially in a sell mode. It can really move big. And we may not be out of the woods yet. This is still our master's level. We could still get rejection and come down, but that bet is over now. So this is our master's level. Again, what you're seeing is we have a master's level here. We are still capable of rejecting and coming down. So yes, bounce from the master's level, but here on the Nasdaq we have our master's level. You can see, right, again to the penny. It could reject and send us down, but now that is a different setup. But this trade is over. For the academic purpose, the trade is over. We didn't break the low. We challenged whatever the bearishness you had in the market today. I showed you, right? Nvidia going 2 deviation move, Google going 2 deviation move. This is a new leaf, in my feather. So yeah, trail, take profit, whatever you want. That trade is over now. You got the rally of 500 all the way into 580, almost 200 point, 590 in fact, the high so far, 190 point rally. Yeah, masters rejecting.
Sky News Arabia, citing a Lebanese source, says that no significant progress has been made in the current round of talks between Lebanon and Israel taking place in Washington.
I've been sitting here 3 years. I have worked and analyzed the market, and I study the market. Every day I come to trade. I bring this much amount of data, this much depth of the market. I go through the weekly levels of futures, Nasdaq, ES, Dow, Russell, Gold. I go through the weekly levels of my stocks, Apple, Microsoft, Nvidia, Google, Amazon, Tesla, Meta, Broadcom. I go through the weekly levels of all the sectors we have got: financial, healthcare, energy, technology, semiconductor, bond market. I derive my daily experts level based on the one standard deviation for the 0 days to expiration options on Nasdaq, ES, Dow, Russell, Gold. I extract my master's level based on the order flow which has gone in the market. I look back in the order books 1 week up to 1 year to see where the institution stepped and bought and sold the market, where are the key reversal points. As I mentioned, I look forward 1 week, I look forward couple of days in the market, in the options market, to see where the bets are. At the high level, what is the market, guys? Buyers and sellers, right? You place a bet that market will go up, market will go down. When I look forward, I look into the options market where the bets are placed, which are the strike price, where the people are ready to buy and sell, where the big money has sold calls and puts for the weekly, for their daily 0 days to expiration. And either you look in the past, right, where market was sold, at what level institutions stepped in, there were big orders. So I bring all those information and this much level of depth, and in this many markets, That's why I'm telling, right? I don't think there is anyone who is in this position to make that kind of a bet. And it's a easiest bet, right? 95 traders out of 100 will do that. That this market is heading lower. The way it is selling, it is heading for that area or whatever new lows are. And I did tell, right? ES will make new lows. ES did continue to make a new low. In fact, this is the trade we have taken in the morning. This break, retest and rejection. This is the short we had taken. This is where we made most of our money in the morning. And I said, right, ES will continue to make a new low. The reason ES is bouncing is because of our masters level. We have masters level to the penny it holds and it is bouncing. Even this rejection you are getting is because of the Nasdaq's masters. You look at that, to the penny rejection from the ES Nasdaq masters, and it is capable of sending all the way back down and making a new low. But on that instance, that trade was going to happen. And as I mentioned, right, this is now whatever, like if it goes up, I'm okay to trail. If I get stopped out, we did not break the Nasdaq low on that instance. Can we break now? We'll have to see. We'll have to cut through some of our levels to see a new low happening in the Nasdaq. As of now, we are trailing. We are trailing as per our level. We got the rejection from our masters. We have a level here. It is holding. The moment we close candle green above this masters, you will see Nasdaq fly. You will see Nasdaq fly. Okay. Mark my words. So anyway, as I mentioned, right, if you're watching me with 3-4 years of payout experience and 3-4 years of learning, I mean, you deserve to be entertained in a good way. I hope I am able to do that. Because if I'm doing high, low analysis, if I'm just doing demand supply analysis, if I'm just doing moving average crossover analysis, if I'm just doing 5 minute, 10 minute, 15 minute opening point range, if I'm just doing London low, London high analysis, why do you watch me, guys? There is ton of content out there on the internet doing that.
So, according to Fars News, Iran outlines a 4-stage deal plan with the US.
So, yeah, I told you, right? You will see Nasdaq fly. It's starting to launch.
So this is from Files News Politics. So they're saying that Iran has outlined a four-stage plan or deal plan with the US. So the first stage focuses on a complete cessation of military action across all fronts, including Iran, the US, and the resistance axis. Second stage centers on implementation measures covering four key issues: the Strait of Hormuz related mechanisms, lifting the blockade, removing oil restrictions and sanctions, and releasing part of Iran's frozen assets.
OpenAI's Altman says to push back on proposal for US approval of AI model launches during Washington visit, according to company statement.
So I'll take a stop here, or profit rather, and re-enter at a lower
Stock
price.
filled.
Anthropic set to tap Morgan Stanley and Goldman Sachs to lead IPO.
So again, new sell has initiated. I'm okay to get stopped out. I'm not going to challenge the lows this time. Although ES is capable of holding this now, ES has a good reversal. If ES holds its Tuesday low 1 experts level, we still got this long. But ES loses the Tuesday low 1, we are coming down again one more time. Yes, giving reaction of its Tuesday low 1. Every single level has a meaning, guys. Here's our experts level on ES. Masters held, we rallied, went to new paradigm, came back to experts. Experts hold, this still goes up. Let's add one more as we see experts holding.
According to Al Haddad News, Israeli officials tell media that negotiations with Lebanon will continue, but there is no breakthroughs yet.
You like that? You like that bounce? Members, you like that bounce? First bounce from ES Masters goes into the next level, pauses here, goes into the next level. New paradigm level, one of our important level, just like Masters. These are two our highest levels, Masters and New Paradigm. And then comes the expert. Now tell me guys, which level will you emulate? If you think like, it's just, marketing stuff, it is just packaging and selling some new product or courses. Tell me as a member which line you will eliminate. New Paradigm, Masters or Experts or Members. Which line you would like to eliminate here? Whether this bounce to the penny coming from the Masters. Here the only red candle after the reversal came at our Experts. And as we gain Experts and we went to New Paradigm, another important level, send the rejection back down. That gave me the decision to add more contract. We were 2 micro, we increased our size to 6. We already booked some more profit on that bounce. So which level would you like to eliminate now? Which level? Tell me. Which level shall we eliminate? Of this chain,
Iran's Fars News
which shall we eliminate?
That, agents says, citing in media, that Tehran's negotiating team, that talks still are ongoing and no final decision has been made. So again, Iran's Fars News citing a member of media team in Tehran's negotiating team, the talks are still ongoing and no final decision has been made.
No SD, this is all managed by Google, YouTube. They don't provide me any way to give any discounts, or some people if they want to purchase quarterly or yearly membership in one go, it should be discounted for them. Unfortunately, Google does not do any of those flexibility in their payment methods. So the other thing is, I created this level not as I mentioned, right? Not to get more money out of you. It's more effort each time, right? Look at, I here bring the data for this many market, right? For this many market, Nasdaq, ES, Dow, Russell, Gold, Apple, Microsoft, Nvidia, Google, Amazon, Tesla, Meta, Broadcom, financial, healthcare, technologies, semiconductor, bond market. And I look in the options market for those many products for a week. Okay, I just charge you $7 for doing that entire month. So 1 week of data. So at least 4 weeks in a month, I just charge you $7. We used to have expert just for $20. There I used to go every day. So Monday, Sunday night, I go in the market. For all the futures market, I calculate the level for Monday expiration, Tuesday expiration, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday. Monday in the books, I go in the market and I redo the levels for Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday. Tuesday in the books, I go in the options market for futures market, Nasdaq, US Dow, Russell Gold. I do it for Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday. Wednesday in the book, I do it for Thursday, Friday. Thursday there was a sell-off, the expansion in the range, the levels will reflect the expansion in the range. Market rallied on Thursday afternoon, range contracts on Friday. I again go in the market, Thursday in the books, I redo the levels for Friday. And I do it for all the markets. If just projections are not enough, I'd analyze the order flow. I look back in the order book to see where, that is the reason why you see, why do you see this market reversing to the T, to the penny like this? Why? Because there must be something in the order flow, in the order books from the big institution at that level, right? So that is why, along with those projections, you also need to look forward and also look backwards to see where something has happened in the past. And when we were living with the members, we got expert, we saw something was missing. When we lived with the masters, we saw definitely something was still missing, and that's where we kept on creating this level. Now you see, right, you saw the demonstration of this, the rejection, the morning shot. I told you, right, this was the morning shot. This is what triggered our short. This is my pre-market analysis, that today I'm interested in shorting the market if this happens. Here we reject. So this is our member level.
Said that my relationship with Netanyahu is excellent.
This is our member level.
Also, coming out here from Iran's Fars, citing
member
team into Iran's negotiating team, says the reason the first phase
masters
of the talks were not successful,
confirming the
Iran's
short
refusal to enter nuclear negotiations.
Master here confirming the bottom and staircase pattern using, look at that, even the chop, guys, even the consolidation is between our experts level. Here's my experts level, and here's our new paradigm level, NPL level, the white line, and here's another experts level. So, and it is just doing the same thing. It is doing chopping here. So tell me now, member, master, experts, NPL and masters, what should I eliminate? Was there anything created which was not needed, or I created as a trader, as a person putting
Also,
longs and short in the market?
Citing member media team into Iran negotiating team says we will not enter an agreement in which Lebanon is ignored.
So there was a need. While trading, we saw, why if I'm long from here, why it is not going all the way up and doing the V-shaped recovery to the same area where we dropped from, right? Why the V-shaped recovery is not happening?
Stop fill.
Yeah, we got stopped out there. But yeah, because of this, there is a level, there is a each method to the madness. Anyway. So our runner got stopped out. We already booked profit on that long. We were long second time. We got most of the majority of contract in profit. Last one we had break even. We got stopped out. So yeah, using those levels, and we did it very sequentially over the period of time. Here, launched this on January 2024. Lived with that for 1 year. We saw how much potential was there in our weekly level. So in January 2025, after 1 year, we created experts level. Let's do it on the daily. If weekly works well, let's try out daily. Immediately daily, we were seeing the good reaction. But the only problem with the experts was you have to swing big. Like you are today swinging big in the market, right? You are swinging big. So that's why you are testing, daily low 1 and daily low 2, right? You tested daily low 1, expert level 2 got tested. But what if today the market stayed in the sideways range, right? How you would trade? If every day big swings are not happening, that's where we felt need. Okay, this is good, but after 6 months of living with those level in March or after 4 months, we said, let's create something which helps us trade intraday, right? If we are not swinging big, if the range is not big, if you have range bound, if we have inside day trade where we don't cross the previous high, we don't cross the previous low, for those days, how do we trade? We need something which is really important and which works over and over again. That's where we created masters. And masters 4 lines are not enough. If there is a sudden expansion in the volatility, 4 line are not going to be enough. That's where we went ahead and created 5 more such masters level and named them new paradigm. So new paradigm is nothing, guys, same as masters, but it's just I go and analyze more bigger data
The
set.
stocks extend declines. S&P500 down 0.7%, Nasdaq falling 1.1%, and the Dow shedding 0.9%.
Anyway, I will go bring my food. You enjoy your long and short. Back in 2 minutes.
Also from Iran's Fars, citing a member of media team in Tehran negotiating team, says that if finalized and agreed, the MOU between US and Iran will go through 4-stage mechanism.
So guys, I'm back with my food. I'll be on mute next few minutes. Nasdaq now starting to leave dangerously. But whatever it is, it's not another 80 or 100 points down. I mean, that is what we are looking for, right? If this finally dips, that's the drop of another 80 points or 100 points for Nasdaq. And it is risky for me to short here in this zone, because if it reverses, the upside is 200-300 points. Risk to reward more better for going long if it dips versus shorting and facing the risk of getting squeezed. Why the squeeze could happen? Because everything is down, right? I showed you everything is down. What if they all start catching bid? Amazon, Microsoft, Nvidia, everything is down. And what if they suddenly start buying all of them? Market can significantly rally. Remember, there's Broadcom earning at the end of the day. So, yeah, there could be interest back in the market. Have patience, Naveen. Jimmy, levels are awesome, right? Yeah, we have created something very incredible, guys. Don't blow it up by being very greedy. You can see, right? In spite of this much of knowledge, experience, confidence level, execution skill, trade management skill, calm head, good hands to manage trade, experience of payout, money, there is no there's no sometimes there is a pressure, right? Like, if I don't make money, how will I quit my job? I have lost so much in the market. If I don't win this trade this year, this week, it will be over for me. What if my spouse, my family, my kids find out I have lost this much of money? There are so many things, guys, which play on any trader's mind. And I'm beating all those odds, demonstrating for you, right? Everything will be fine if you are trading the right size, just being patient and have a good strategy. We have the good strategy. That's why I remind you each day. Don't blow it by trading 2, 3, 4 E-minis. Trade couple of micros, you'll be fine. You don't know the power, guys. Even with micros, you can make so much of money. But Naveen, the thing about you and my own behavior, right, when I was new, is you size up during the volatile day. That's the day you don't size up, right? It's okay to lose with one micro, but you size up on a nice green day where everything is so comfortable, clean, there's no sell off happening, there's hardly any dip happening in the market. You size up on those days, you'll get away by sizing up. The thing is, market volatile, turns volatile, moves big, especially sell off, they becomes rapid, the reversal becomes rapid. On those days, you all of a sudden start trading bigger size. In fact, those are the day you should cut down. Give yourself 4 micros limit, but trade 4 micros, 5 micros on a green day when it is steady. There is no spike in the wicks. There is no sell off. Everything looking good out of big tech. 1 or 2 names maybe in red. But when you have a day where all the big techs are selling off, there is a huge chance of risk rotation in the midpoint. Those days you size down to 1 or 2 micros. That's why I'm saying, right? It's not just you. It's every trader's behavior. They react to the situation turns volatile, they react more aggressively. It should be other way around. You become more relaxed, laid back, nonchalant was the term someone gave me, right? I like your nonchalant attitude. Current, no. 0 DT expiration is in the experts level. Masters, they don't look into the options market. Masters, they look backwards in the order book. I look in the order flow. So experts are the one which look into the 0 DT option. So members, we look into the weekly options. Experts is where we look into 0 DT. 1 day to expiration is the 0 DT. And master doesn't look into options. It looks backward in the order book. It looked few days back. That's why. So the thing that I remind you, right? You might feel like masters are so punchy. Masters are so, huge reaction. They are even better than new paradigm. Yes, I agree. That's why it's very good if you are masters for a lower price, you get the best level you have. But it is not enough. It is good enough for few trades, but you will not be able to take many trades with masters. There are only 4 levels. They are, I spread them across the entire range we might have in that day. But to get the intra session, right, they might be useful. Like masters, we have, if you see masters, when did masters came into play? Like the bottom and maybe the top, right? But without new paradigm, there is no trade. You have to still break down those huge trade into a smaller trades, right? Like today, the range is huge, right? In ES, you are having all the 3 masters out of 4 coming to play, right? We had masters level rejection here in pre-market. We have masters level rejection here in the early morning. And we have masters level reversal. But you still needed experts level to break down, to see the chop, to see the consolidations and things like that. And again, we are at the all-time highs. Market is not swinging, at least like the reason you have masters level, new paradigm level so close by is because we are in this kind of a mode where we are hardly, breaking the structure, right? We are so tightly moving up. So everything is so close by. But once you go in this kind of a mode, then you will see the separation between masters and new paradigm. When you swing like that, then you will have masters level and, new paradigm level creating some distance between both of them, like here, right? Some big distance between them. So right now it is all one-way street right now. So there are many intricacies, guys. that's what I'm saying, right? I have seen it. I have seen it very closely, and that is the reason why we had the need to do it. Everything has its own individual purpose and meaning and reason. There's no zero minus I can do in that, levels. It is must, at least for me. I if people don't want it, it's their choice, but I don't think I'm ever skipping any single line out of all those levels. I can reduce the market if it gets too much for me. I can skip gold, Russell, but Nasdaq, yes, they are mother of all markets. They levels are mother of all levels. End of the day rally. So yeah, this week if you read the market went up only because of two names, Broadcom and Nvidia. So Broadcom is right now pricing in everything will be good after the earning. It is already at the upper edge, backed off into the earnings, could go back to the upper edge. It needs to be really big surprise and really good earnings for it to break above and go into two deviation mode. So it's all Nvidia. Nvidia right now, as you can see, right, has this downside in it. So yeah, you'll have to see, right? It's more close call for Broadcom and Nvidia to lift the market or break the market this week. Others are not involved. Other players are dormant. They are selling. They are weak. Amazon, Google, Meta has a small bounce from the weekly low. Tesla still hovering near the weekly lows. Apple just got negative now for the week, below the weekly midpoint. Microsoft is below the weekly low right now. So it's only about two products right now. So it's a bet you are directly taking on Broadcom and Nvidia for the earnings. Before the earnings, yeah, a bit hard to imagine a huge sell-off. Huge rally, I don't know, because we are already, like, we saw the upside, right? We saw the upside in the Nvidia two deviation move. We saw the upside in the Broadcom. Yeah, it can go back here into end of the day into the earnings, but you're not getting this kind of a move now from here before the earnings. So yeah, it could be a VWAP, and Nasdaq has its own risk, right? The weekly midpoint. If anything goes bad with the earnings, Nasdaq would like to come down first, right? It would like to visit that zone first. So there is going to be a confusion. But we have shorts. We have shorts in this market now because of today's price action. So you may never tell. That's why I'm aiming for VWAP here. What we do at VWAP will dictate is there further upside. VWAP as of now is not concerned. We are still below our masters, right? If we break masters, then yes. If we are above masters, yes. But we have already rejected once. We are coming back here twice. So it is trying to tell us something. I want to break the masters. That's why I'm long with two micros right now. So breakout also has its own psychology, right? You will have to do a lot of drama before a successful breakout happens. So we have seen some drama at least play out with our masters level on the Nasdaq. Feels like it's the right time right now to get that breakout done, at least into that VWAP area. So you have to constantly think, guys. Constantly think as a long, constantly think as a short, constantly be aware of the news events which are coming up, constantly aware of the price action which has happened in the market so far. And it takes time to build that kind of an acumen. But good thing is you are in my company. I try to explain you, teach you, show you everything, what I think, how I execute my trades. So yeah, over the period you will have your own point of view or your own good perspective of the market, and some of you are already demonstrating it. Not that you don't have your own point of view, you are already demonstrating. Many occasions you even trade better than me. So hang in there, don't give up, keep trading. Trade small initially. Once you have got figured out everything what you want to do in a day, then go for scaling, then go for big sizing. People, especially new traders, go opposite way. They first try to size, they try to make a big payouts. Yeah, without knowledge, without that kind of a control over your emotions with your trading, you're not going to make big payouts. That's the reason why 90-95% trader lose, right? Lack of skills, lack of funds, lack of technology. We talked about it, right? How technology is very important. Having good computer, good data feed, having good high-speed internet, having multiple screens, doing it, listening, reading, news. Everything is so important in the market. So Jimmy, I asked you a simple question and you gave me such a big explanation RDGD. So simple answer is we can get positive. Okay. Right now Nasdaq is down 118 point. We can turn positive. Okay. 700. We can test 712. Okay. How about that? Fair enough. No diplomatic, no convoluted answer. Straight like arrow answer. End of day rally, bro, we turn positive. Don't be more greedy than that. How about session high? How about we do session highs? It's all now depends on stupidity of shorts. So if shorts are going to be really stupid, they keep coming in front of this rally, then yeah, why not? We will do session highs. Soul Invictus, stay healthy, eat well, and don't stress. We don't want you to disappear. No, good thing is you will learn. That's what I tell people. Sometimes, guys, people, think like it's going to be a very long journey. There won't be any sunshine or light at the end of the tunnel. How big is this tunnel of losing, grinding, learning is going to be? I've been doing it for 2 years, 3 years, still don't have payouts. Still, I'm not in a position to tell myself as I'm a day trader. When people ask me, when people meet me, I try to hide my identity. I tell them, right? So when is all this suffering going to end? The thing is, if you are in a good company, good strategy, and you're applying yourself every day in the market, you're trading small, it is not that long. People really overestimate it, that it's going to be many years, I'll never be successful. It's not that long, guys. But if you rush, if you go greedy, if you go many contracts, if you blow account, if you blow a lot of money, then yes, it is never ending battle. It is going to haunt you, stay with you, this failure. But if you are less greedy, if you are trading smaller size, if you are focusing more on skills, if you are focusing more on the education, if you are focusing more on the smaller profits and building your knowledge more first, and then later at some point you won't even ask anyone, right? When it is the right time, you will know it, guys, when is the right time to scale. Yeah, greedy till 990 all-time highs, basically, whatever. Oh, the weekly, where is 990? Okay, the daily high. Yeah, I mean, we can, as I mentioned, right? Let's start with the Nasdaq trying to get positive, and then we'll see. So now this is the stupidity of shorts, right? They are now jumping in front of that freight train. Their heads getting taken out. They have no idea that our masters held. It is a launch pad from our masters now. They have no idea. They are just jumping, right? Go, die. They don't know the reversal or the bottom is being marked by our ES masters. This last punch you are seeing is marked by our Nasdaq's masters. They have no idea. Members, thank me. You have the idea. It is the institutional level which is acting as a launch pad. Why aren't you trading 200 micros then? Man, I know, but I don't think I know everything. I still need to be staying grounded until I really make it. Till that time, I recommend everyone to stay small, grounded, trade small, learn, observe. Hit the like button, guys, if you are enjoying all these discussions, knowledge sharing, experience sharing, and trading. At any or no point, I have not talked any rubbish or stuff which is not related to market. Because I consider my and your time very valuable. I have no time to entertain you on nonsense which is not related to markets.
10 minutes ago now to get the Fed beige book.
Yeah, Meta session highs. Meta is it's doing good, up 3.94%. I know I think someone wanted to take that trade yesterday. I didn't give my green, but it is the only product which is in green today. So yeah, there's rotation. It was sold hard, so everything else is in red. So money rotating back into Meta. Maybe they have some news. They're doing good today, Meta. You took Dan. You did end up taking Meta. Well done. Good. Good, you didn't listen to me. Yeah, I mean, I would have bet more on Google myself, but Meta is now locked. It is headed into, don't lose that trade. Meta is headed into the weekly midpoint now. It held the weekly low and it is now headed into the weekly midpoint. I was just not sure because it spent a lot of time, right? It was spending a lot of time here. It was not immediately clearing this area. Here came first session, second session overnight, pre-market, third session entire day, fourth session below, and now we are starting to finally move on the fifth session above. So generally if it is bouncing, it doesn't waste that much amount of time. But good, some rotational money coming in. Before I think semiconductors, right? Nvidia and Broadcom were running the show in the first 2, 3, 4 sessions. And now since they are backing off, the money is going back into some of the tech names now. Hit the like button, guys. Your like helps my channel. It helps promote the algorithm, our live streams, helps bring some new foot traffic, helps sustain, prolong my disappearance. If we are not growing, there is no incentive for me to be here. But if we keep growing, then yeah, I'll be motivated to show up each day, give complete, detailed, in-depth analysis, show entries, exit, show how I manage trade, everything live.
You're just trading micros. I don't care how good you are.
Do it with E-minis, then you'll have my respect. No man, I don't need your respect, okay? And others don't need to look for anyone's respect for trading E-minis. Trade micros. When you get money in your bank, the money has your, Abraham Lincoln. Who is the picture on your green dollars?
Five minutes ago to with the Fed page book.
Abraham Lincoln on $5, Alexander Hamilton on $10, $2 has Thomas Jefferson, and $1 has George Washington. That is all you should care about. How many George Washingtons, how many Thomas Jefferson, and how many Abraham Lincolns you have, Alexander Hamiltons you have. Then so they are all right. $1 George Washington, Thomas Jefferson, Abraham Lincoln, Alexander Hamilton. $20 has Andrew Jackson. $50 has Ulysses S. Grant. $100 has Benjamin Franklin. I think Benjamin Franklin is what you care most. $100 bills, right? Yeah, Benjamin Franklin. No need to get anyone's respect. Just get Benjamin Franklin's. Okay?
Germany, France, and UK sketch plan to engage Putin in peace talks. The European plan for talks with Moscow would also include Kiev.
Trump is going to come out with $250 bill. Okay, then we'll all aspire to get those Trump in our bank. $250 bills. But maybe because of the inflation. Generally, it's not success. The more, higher currency bill or paper is not a huge success. India tried to do that. They had to cancel higher bills. It's easy to, launder, bribe, everything, right? The bills are big. People can hoard money, smuggle, do whatever they want, right? Because of the bigger bill, it's easy to transport. Generally, it's not a success. If anything, Trump should go for, let's say, I don't know, instead of 250, maybe $150 bill or $200 bill. Canada has $200 bill. Yeah, $100 is your highest, right? Then 100,000 gold certificate, 10,000 bill, the highest denomination bill ever circulated to the public, featuring Salman P. Chase. It was discontinued in 1969 to prevent financial crimes. And easy, right? Easy logic. More higher the bill, more easier it is to, fund all this nonsense which goes on in the world, underworld.
According to Politico, House representatives are to unveil bipartisan AI bill by next week's end. So again, the House representative to unveil bipartisan AI bill by week's end, according to Politico.
We had $5,000, $1,000 and $500 bill. They were also historically circulated for large transaction but discontinued in 1969. $100 bill is the highest denomination US bill currently in production and generally circulation. Yeah.
Fed Beige Book coming through now. Fed Beige Book says economic activity increased at a slight to moderate pace for 10 of the 12 Federal Reserve districts, while one district reported a slight decline and one reported no change. More broadly, business outlook for the next 6 months were reported to have little change in anticipated growth as elevated uncertainty and signs of weakening consumer spending weighed on sentiment. Employment showed little to no change across 11 districts, while one district experienced modest growth. Prices increased at a moderate to strong pace overall, with most districts reporting higher inflation than previously reported.
Oh, I see. That's the reason 250th anniversary of the country. Okay, makes sense then. So anyway, we are trailing. We have reached our next level NPL. That is where I took one contract out. This one can break VWAP, reject VWAP.
We have posted out the Fed Beige Book report on the feed for you to read through.
Iran's Tasnim cites Revolutionary Guards as saying that it did not fire at Kuwait airport. Iran's Tasnim cites Revolutionary Guards as saying that the destruction of airport terminal was caused by error in US Patriot systems after failing to intercept Iranian missiles.
Back in 5 minutes, guys. Hope you don't stop me out.
Stub filled.
Iran's foreign minister, in an interview with Lebanese broadcaster Al Mayadeen via translator, says the two sides are studying the texts that were exchanged.
Thanks for your patience. You got the stop loss. Yeah, I mean, we had our NPL level there. What it is supposed to do? It is supposed to give us a reaction. Guys, every single rejection, every single bounce, every single confirmation is from our level, guys. Look at that. ES had held that level. ES coming back to retest this area. Nasdaq, NPL level. Tell me now, you only need masters. How disrespectful, guys, people have done that mistake, all you need is his masters level. Seriously, tell me now how you would have got, you only have one masters in play today, one MSL, right? And you have 1, 2, 3 new paradigm level, including this rejection, and this latest rejection. people try to they observe, not that they are saying without any reason. They may have their reason, but they have just observed it for one day, one session when it worked for them. They haven't observed in all different scenarios which I have already observed for 4 years. Okay, observed like every single different kind of a day, right? Rally day, sideways day, reversal day, no movement. Stock market is closed, only cash market is closed, only futures market is open, half a day trading session. Name it, overnight session, Globex session, US election results are going to be announced tonight, session, all-time highs, every single circumstances I have observed them. You need them, there is a reason why those levels were created. Post tab, you always ask same question, Dan. I showed you last time. It's a post tab, you have to scroll, you have to copy. You mentioned you cannot see the small image. Here's the link, direct link. You should bookmark it. You should have bookmarked it that day itself. Here's the link in the chat one more time. You go here, copy. There is also text. I showed you last time, right? Click on read more. You can copy the text also. Copy it, bring it in Notepad, and then maybe zoom out, zoom in, whatever you want. All the levels. Here's green background, masters level. White background, gray background, new paradigm level. The colored background for each day, experts level. This is experts level for yesterday. I even share my chart, how they look. Click on those links I share. You will see my chart, how they look. Everything is via post tab for the members. No, just bookmark and keep scrolling. Yeah, I don't need to. See, that's the thing, right? I don't need to scroll it for you. Click on that link and you scroll it yourself. Why I need to handhold you? Click on that link in the chat and scroll. You'll see it is written here. It is written on the sentence here. It's a new paradigm level. It is written. It is masters level. It is written here. How to read, how to plot them. It's all in the educational videos. Go under the home tab, under the home button, and you will have all the educational videos explaining all those levels, how to mark them, how to use them, how to trade them.
Iran's foreign minister to Al Mayadeen via translator says if Israel attacks Beirut, Iran would respond decisively. Bank of England's Moynihan says consumers are micro-changing in spending as prices rise, and further saying that affordability is a real issue.
So what a rally, guys. And we never broke the low. As I said, right? This is my thrill of the day. This is my redemption. We never broke Nasdaq low. We never broke that Nasdaq low. We never went for the weekly midpoint. We reversed. I actually have the stop loss I had. I took a stop here on my Stream account, but on my other account I still have one micro running. Perfect ES bounce, right? So guys, how about now buying memberships? You have the perfect bottom from the masters. Even this latest masters. Now tell me, do you need new paradigm or not? Or else how you would know that this pullback is just to test the new paradigm, and from this new paradigm this ain't stopping until you hit the masters. I'm telling you guys, you don't know everything. That's the reason why we had to create those levels. There were some missing. I mean, imagine guys, what members don't understand is January 2024 when I gave you, I used to share my levels on a weekly basis. We used to analyze the market only using the 3 lines. Okay, this is when you were not born. When you were not born in our community. Okay, we used to do this kind of analysis. So we used to take trade, right? People used to say, congratulate me, what a trade. I have never seen a trader trade like that. What gives you confidence to hold into that kind of a level? Yes, kudos, 2 thumbs up, RDGD is great. Next day I come and take the same trade, it misses. Then I try to give some justification. Oh, you know what, this is what happened in the market, that's why we missed the level. Then next day I try again, here I go with the confidence, I don't get the full trade. So there must be something going on here, right? So that is what we observed for one full year. You understand what makes 1 year, from January 2024 to January 2025, one full year we lived only with those 3 lines. We saw what were the gaps. We saw such kind of behavior in the market. So there must be something important here. So that is what master is. There were some missing gaps, and we lived with each of those levels here for 1 year, from January till March. 3 months we lived with this. We still saw some gaps. And this is where we say, right, I declared it is complete. There is nothing else which is missing and which I don't know in the market now. So yeah, it led to gradual discovery of all those levels for us. And the only reason we were able to do is because we were honest. We were honest in using our levels, our strategy in those 6 months, in those 1 year, in those 2 years before. And we kept making a note. Okay, this is what is happening. Today we missed it. Then I would go and brainstorm, like, why did we miss today? What happened today in the market at, this year when the reversal happened at 10 o'clock? What happened? What was the event which caused the reversal? Was there a news? Was there a buying in Nvidia? Was there buying in Apple? So such kind of behavior. Was there something in the order books? Was there something in the bets? So that's what kept evolving those levels into this product. And it took from January till almost end of the December 2025, 2 full years, guys. 2 full years before our strategy was 100% complete.
NYMEX WTI crude July futures settle at $96.02 a barrel, up $2.26 or 2.41%. NYMEX gasoline July futures settle at around $3.13 a gallon. NYMEX diesel July futures settle at around $3.84 a gallon. And NYMEX natural gas July futures settle at around $3.21. Alphabet's equity sale said to end multiple times oversubscribed. So again, Alphabet's equity sale said to end multiple times oversubscribed. According to Tasnim Arachi, says no tangible progress has been made in the US talks. Iran's Foreign Minister to Al Mayadeen says our contacts with the US had not been cut off, but no progress has been made in negotiations.
Islam, no. I will share levels for the masters group and the experts group tonight. Only the weekly level is shared once, because once they are created, they are valid for entire week, Monday till Friday. But this levels is generated every evening. So today, that's where I say, right, when I say people, why do you shy away from efforts? You 2-3 hours you get tired. After sitting 8 hours here on the live stream, I work 4 hours in the evening, because I am going to calculate every evening on Monday evening for Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday. Monday in the books, I'll calculate again for Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday. Tuesday in the book, I'll redo the levels for Wednesday, Thursday, Friday. So you will keep getting new levels every evening, all the way till Friday. So yeah, every evening you will get new experts level, new updated masters level, and new updated new paradigm level. Only experts level is there for entire week. And that's why I charge money, right? It's a lot of effort for me. It's lot of analyzing of those order flow and the options market data every evening. And I don't do it for Nasdaq, because watching Nasdaq alone is not enough. You saw, right, most of the reversal confirmation came from ES today. ES was the one which was leading the market on downside. ES was the one which was selling off. ES was the one which continued to make a new low. So watching the order flow of ES was important. Nasdaq never broke the low. It was not about Nasdaq. That's why I took a bet. Nasdaq, it's not about Nasdaq today. ES was the one which was making new lows. So all the reversals, all the decision confirmation points came from ES. Their order flow are very closely related. Nasdaq, ES, very good positive correlation between those two products. Dow, Russell, you may have noticed, I don't call out a lot. Yeah, they are smaller index. The levels do work for them also. Not that their levels is not important. Their levels also work well, but their order flow doesn't have direct impact on the Nasdaq or ES. Nasdaq's order flow has a direct impact on ES, and ES's order flow also has an impact on Nasdaq. So we need to recalculate, reassess everything every evening for all the markets. And if you are not trading Russell, Dow, you can skip those levels. You don't need to mark it. Nasdaq, yes, definitely you need to mark all the levels. It's all explained in my educational videos. Once you become member, it's all explained in those educational videos you will watch. How to plot, how to draw, how to use those levels, everything.
Israeli military says sirens sounded in Zaret over hostile aircraft infiltration.
Okay, watch this trade for me back in few minutes.
Brent crude futures settle at $97.81 a barrel, at $1.81 or 1.89%.
So we are stalled at the VWAP. Yeah, this is Ninja. Green and red dots, they are from a free indicator in NinjaTrader called Darvas. DARVAS. It's a free indicator. You can enable it in the NinjaTrader. It plots the local high, local low, just helps you mark the market structure, right? By default, it has a box. Just change the box into triangles to have a view just like me.
According to US CENTCOM, saying that Iran claimed today that it did not attack the passenger terminal at Kuwait International Airport and damage was intended caused by a US missile interceptor is totally false, and saying that the truth is Iran struck the civilian airport with drones in a deliberate, calculated and unjustified attack.
Sorry, I don't know if I was on mute. Naveen, I already answered your question. Did you hear my response? Or was I on mute when I was talking? Yes. Summary of that response is okay. No, don't break your rule. You're muted. Okay. Do not break your rule. Even if it is summer slow, you will not get many trade. You cannot go aggressive because during summer, if your first trade has gone wrong, you will not get many opportunities throughout the day to recover that loss. So you cannot size up and try to take too much risk upfront. You have to slowly build. It's like any game, right? You play cricket, you first even the greatest of the greatest cricket players, right? They try to get their first few runs. Once they get few runs, they get confidence. You need to get few winners. You get with 1 micro or 2 micro, few winners. And when you are reading well, you are understanding the market well. Yeah, that's where you then go for that third trade or fourth trade, which could be the bigger. That's how I would plan my day. Get few winners. No matter how good you traded yesterday, last week, entire year, every day is a new challenge. So you have to focus on small trades initially, get few winners. And the more I, understand these markets, to be honest, my preparation starts and should start one evening before, one session before.
According to Iran's
You trade the US Open.
military ship hosting a control and command center approaching Iranian territorial waters in the Gulf of Oman.
You should at least, be seeing the overnight price action.
SNN News.
See what happened overnight to the longs, what happened overnight to the short. And then, you have to warm up basically.
From SNN News, then they say, according to the Army's public relations, a few hours ago, following aggressive violations of the Strait of Hormuz regulations and aggressions against Iranian commercial vessels in the Sea of Oman by the US, the Navy of Iran, upon detection and identification, targeted command and control center of these aggressions located on a US destroyer and intended to approach the waters of Iran in the Sea of Oman.
So yeah, it is same concept, Naveen. You're not warmed up. You have no, eye in the market. Your reflexes are not good. And you need good reflexes, guys. To trade the fast market, you need very good reflexes to react in the market to the price action. to see all things you need to see before you take a trade. You need to be warmed up. Same goes with any game, cricket, badminton, tennis. Without warm up, you are going to play a championship match. It's not going to work. After same thing happens, right? Once you are in a drawdown, halfway through your drawdown, then you realize, oh my god, this is what is going on. But by that time, it's already too late. So this is the same thing, guys, with the trading also. You need to be involved in the market an evening before, session before, in the pre-market. At least wake up 7-8 a.m. in the morning, start seeing the charts, what is going on. You cannot, I did many mistakes like that. You straight up show at 9, 9:15, 9:30 and start trading. It's not going to work. Yeah, rules and discipline is very important, guys. No matter how good analysis I do, no matter how good knowledge I have, on a given trade, if I mess up, don't follow the rules, size up, become too overconfident, all it takes is one candle in the opposite direction, and then the pile on effect, right? Sellers or buyers will pile on, and it will start pushing hard, and for brief moment it can do anything, guys. And I'm telling you guys, we are going to have 1500, 1400, 1200 points down day in the Nasdaq very often now. With Nasdaq being at 22,000, 24,000, 25,000, we already have seen 500, 600 point range movement many times. And now it's a 30,000 and soon going to be $31,000 product. 1,000 points day on a volatile session, news event day, big miss on the numbers day, it is going to be very common, guys. So if you have that averaging down habit of aggressive averaging down without any stop loss, I also average down, especially with the micros. I am using that flexibility of spreading my contracts, but you never see me trade without a stop loss. You always see me taking a loss. It's okay to book a loss, it's okay to blow a count or two, but you cannot have no stop loss and no losing trade or losing day as a part of your strategy. If you don't have any losing trade, losing days, then your strategy is not a strategy. It's all in or all out. Either you win all or you lose all.
According to CNN, monetary compensation is a key sticking point in the Iran deal. Again from CNN, they say one of the key sticking points remaining in negotiations between US and Iran centers on monetary compensation, as Trump is eager to strike a deal that would be viewed as superior to a prior agreement inked during the Obama administration, according to a US official familiar with the talks speaking to CNN. So Iran has communicated to mediators that they would want some form of financial compensation to be released as soon as the two sides agree on an initial memorandum of understanding, officials said, and not withheld for a future date. But Trump administration officials are concerned that any unfreezing of funds at such an early stage could lessen the economic pain the US has inflicted on Iran throughout the course of the war, potentially eliminating or at least weakening a key leverage point the US holds over Iran. Trump administration proposes to exempt trusted applicants from rigorous national security alliance reviews and agree to ongoing oversight and monitoring. According to Barack Rabbit on X, Axios says that the US official said Israel-Lebanon negotiations mediated by US are still ongoing. That's at the State Department. Talks started slow, but they made significant progress on a plan of action, the US official claimed. So just keep an eye on the markets. Just see a little bit of volatility picking up on tick strike. Not so much movement from the S&P 500 or the Dixie, but a little bit of volatility picked up.
So I have to leave early today. I have to go drop my daughter for her classes.
Goldman Sachs' Waldron said Fed under wash is going to focus on balance sheet and inflation.
I'll try to close this trade.
And there's a comments coming from Goldman President Waldron speaking to CNBC, who's now concluded his comments.
Ideally, I mean, we need this stop loss below our masters. I mean, this needs a stop loss below 580 area. But that's fine. I can take a small loss. There's no need to cut this long. That's what I'm trying to tell. Just because I have to leave, it doesn't mean that, this is not a long anymore. I can leave one micro, not a problem. With that stop loss 580 and below stop loss. Profit target 712. That is where market gets green. I know Karan loves this trade. Market trying to get back to green. It's a high likelihood event. After this reversal, market may briefly at least turn green. ES may not make it all the way back to the weekly midpoint. ES may keep going sideways or maybe get its masters. But Nasdaq has 690 area, first level of resistance, and then 700. I hope at least 690 happens, and then 700 you can try to take it on your own. If 690 gets crossed, 711 is going to happen 12. No, that's a good trade, guys. That's how you become good in the game, right? See, like even I always give example of some games, right? Some people could be, good in the, midfield as a soccer player. Some could be good defenders. Some could be great attacking players. Someone could be penalty specialist, right? And in cricket also, right? Somebody could be a good opener. Somebody could be a good middle order. Could be a great finisher like Dhoni. So gap fill is a very important trade which happens every day. There's always a gap fill trade, and if you can you master the art of doing at least one trade right, right, at least this part you don't mess up. Other part, gap fill will be just one trade and it might make you wait entire day. So maybe dedicate one small account with a smaller risk, wider stop loss for that gap fill. Focus other accounts, other trades on other aspects of the market. So try to perfect one aspect of the market at a time. It is not something which is unachievable. If you focus on getting better one part at a time, one piece at a time, overall it will show a great effect at the end of certain practice period. Hello?
US stocks extend fall, Dow Jones down 1%.
Okay guys, so I need to go drop my daughter, but I can leave the stream on. I'll be back in 20 minutes. The news is on in the background, music is on. You can watch this trade with the stop loss. Is it okay if I come back in 20 minutes? I should be back before the imbalances. In fact, I would like to add one here at 89.90. Okay. That's okay. I won't add because I'm not there to manage my position, but you can watch those levels. Okay, see you in some time. Bye. No, I'll be back. I'll be back for 50. See you.
Israel's military says sirens sounding in Zerit in northern Israel over hostile aircraft infiltration was a false identification. Trump just saying on Truth Social that he'll be going to the G7 in France. US Central Command denies Iran claim that it targeted US Navy destroyer in the Gulf of Oman. So, reminder, at about 3 p.m. Eastern Time, you had Iran state media saying Iran targeted a US military ship hosting control of command center approaching Iranian territorial waters in the Gulf of Oman. Iran's defense ministry says it will use all of its power to reinforce defense capabilities, according to state media.
Target filled.
One minute ago now to give the market a close imbalance data. Also a reminder, at the top of the hour, get Fed's Logan, who's due to speak, who's also a voter as well. Fed Logan participating in moderated conversation at the University of Texas, El Paso. Texas said text is expected and Q&A with moderator. Ten seconds. Market close imbalance. S&P 500 sell side 408 million, Nasdaq 100 sell side 360 million, Dow 30 sell side 357 million, Max 7 sell side 2 million. We have posted another video of Fed's Logan on the feed for you to watch. Just a heads up here, according to a report on X, the White House press pool has been called to go into the Oval Office. That's a White House correspondent from The Hill saying, again, White House press pool has been called to go into the Oval Office. So we'll see if there is a live stream video of Trump. We'll see if there is anything. We'll pop it out on the feed for you as soon as we do get anything. Also, 5 minutes until we're expected to hear from Fed slogan, text and Q&A is expected.
So I'm back, guys. So did you manage to exit my trade successfully? Or it hit my stop loss?
Heads up, Trump is currently speaking live at the moment. We do have the video. We'll pop it on the feed for you soon.
We exited successfully? So that is how the strategy should be, guys. You know, if you are not able to leave one micro and trust the process, I don't know, guys. You know, it reversed from the NPL level. Okay, it hit the NPL level and reversed. So how good was our exit? I'll tell you how good was our exit. I trusted our new paradigm level. That is where it was headed, new paradigm level, and any rejection also coming from our new paradigm level. Guys, I'm telling you guys, you know, now unless you size up so much, you really want to sabotage your account, then I cannot help you. You get the bottom like this from the masters on ES. You are getting each rejection, bounce, hold, test, retest from our level. Now if you still manage to screw up and by, you know, sizing up too much, then the next option you have is Mr. God. Only God can help you. Now I see the real value in these levels. Since I took your advice, I haven't failed. Trade small, guys.
So
you know, you all
the 5 past 4 p.m. East time. We're also expecting earnings from Broadcom Q2 2026 with an EPS estimate of $2.40, revenue estimate of $22.13 billion.
remember, guys, it's not the levels also, and it is not my strategy. In general, if you are a good trader, you will make money in the market. But what these levels are going to help you is, you know, at some point, you know, with your own acumen, with your own analysis, good skills, marry that with the levels, you will be able to, you know, do, you know, those little bit, you know, scale, size and the risky trade with more experience. And you will have a framework, right? Every day I come to the market, this is my process, right? I just showed you that take profit trader email they sent yesterday, right? Process over luck, right? You know, in the morning we got short trade, but it was not as per our, you know, like setup, right? The first shot at the open, it was not as per our setup. The setup was really for us beyond after this point. Now guys, entire day has gone by. 4 p.m. finish is coming up. We were discussing here in the pre-market. So this was a lucky shot, right? Excuse me, order flow came negative, we dumped. If the order flow could have come positive, this could have same rallied on the upside. Instead of going down, it could have gone up. So this is not our process, guessing the order flow. But yeah, if the order flow comes negative at the open, we break weekly midpoint on ES, we retest and we reject, and all day it will be a short, and it has played out. So this is our process. This is the one which I can repeat 10 out of 10 times. This lucky shot, people come, sometimes they tell, we made 200 point, 300 point, but you cannot repeat that. Because at the open, even if the structure was negative, you could have got a positive order flow and it could have flown high. So yeah, what I was telling is, with our levels, at least we have a proper structure process to look at market, analyze the market, look and trade from the same lenses each day. Not that every day we come and show up, and now today this is our strategy. Now today reversal is our strategy. Now today following the trend is our strategy. Now today range bound trading or scalping is our strategy. No.
Ed Logan says monetary policy is not restraining the economy. Trimmed mean inflation not currently a reliable signal. Labour market appears stable and broadly balanced. Higher rates could be needed later this year. Economy remains strong. Consumer spending is robust. Inflation is taking too long to return to 2% target. Inflation trending towards mid-2s, not all the way to 2%. Also, Logan says economic activity remains strong and corporate earnings are going gangbusters. Logan says financial conditions are accommodative and labour market is stable.
Alright guys, so not sure when this Broadcom's earnings are coming out. Okay, it is at 4:15. So yeah, we'll close it here. Broadcom anyway is done well already before the earnings.
I'm going to get Broadcom earnings for Q2 2026.
Expect it to at least tag one more time. Worst case, we come back to the midpoint.
$1 billion.
Alright guys, I'll see you tomorrow. Thanks and bye bye.
Meta Platforms shares close up 4.2%, the most since April 14th. Fannie Mae shares closed 9.9% lower. Freddie Mac falls 7.9%.